was set by Lawson of Canada, and it was in Calgary back in 2006. The track records is in the hands of one of our hosts here in the Canada. Olympic legend Claudia Beckstein. Track record is 164.675, which was set in 2014. And also the 154.580, the world record, is also the championship record by Cindy Clausen. And the only recent record we have in all-around speed skating is the best European points classification, which was set by Optarite Rijnman Jong, Netherlands, in Heerenveen in 2022. And let's also take a look at the men's points classification, because as you all know, in all-round speed skating, it's all about skating 4 distances from the 500-meter sprint until the 10,000-meter long distance. Every time is calculated back 8 seconds to a 500-meter time. So if you gain 1 second in 500 meters, it's 10 seconds in 5,000 meters. World records is for Patrick Loos, 3-time all-round world champion, which was set in 2019 in Calgary, 145.561, which is also the championship record, of course. The best points classification in Europe is also set by Patrick Loos, 146.060, which was in Heerenveen in 2022. And we have our track records of 155.511, which was set in 2014 by Alexei Baumgartner, Deutschland. A little bit more than 7 minutes to go. We were wondering, ladies and gentlemen, to be without them. We often spend classes. We see a lot of flags in the stadium. We see the flag of Denmark, Denmark. We see the flag of Belgium, Belgique, Belgium. I see a flag of the Czech Republic, Witajcie Česko. I see the flag of Poland, Witamy Polska. I see the flag of Kazakhstan, Portugal, Kazakhstan. I see the flag of Switzerland, Bienvenue, Benvenuto, Herzlich willkommen, für die Schweiz, Schweiz aan de Schweiz. Ik zie ook een heleboel vlaggen uit Nederland. En natuurlijk in de avond die varen van Duitsland. What a pleasure it is, what an honor it is to be here in the speed skating part of Germany, the Max Eichstein and Inzell. And with 6 minutes to go, we will kindly ask you to give a big round of applause for all competitors in all 20 countries of the ISU Speed Skating Championships 2024.
Hello everybody and welcome to this first day of the Azure World Speed Skating All-Round Championships in the Max Azure Arena in Inzell, Germany, where they had an exciting first 2 days with some great battles in the sprint championships, resulting in the Japanese Mio Takagi winning the women's world title and the Chinese Zhongyang Ning winning the men's world title. But today it's all about the All-Round Championships with the 500 meters for both men and women, the 3000 meters for the women, and we end this day with the 5000 meters for the men. Who will win this year's All-Round World Championship title? Let's see, as the 500 meters for the women is coming up shortly. So we start off today with the 500 meters for the women in the All-Out Championship. Afterwards we'll immediately continue with the 500 meters for the man. So all skaters enter the ice rink earlier this morning in the Max Azure Arena in Inzell, Germany. We know it's fast. Yesterday we saw a lot of track records during the last day of the sprint championships. Let's see. This is also the case today. So we have the starting list here. Total of 12 pairs. 500 meter women all round. This is Horikawa and Slurp who open this 500 meters. We will see in pair number 12 the fresh sprint world champion Mio Takagi. So we get on with pair number 1, Momoka Harikama from Japan against Josephine Slurp from Germany. Was added at the last moment to this all-round championships. She can now start here in this first pair, 500 meters, women all round. And we're off with this first pair, the first out of 12. You see the 11-4 for Harikawa, 11-5 for Schlurp. So way slower than we saw yesterday, but of course, this is the all-round championship still. Every second counts. So all times are calculated back to the 500 meters. So 1 second advancement on this 500 meters, 2 second advancement on the 1000 meters. As we have Harikawa with a new personal record. Actually, the first time for her below the 40 seconds with a 39.85.
That was a new personal best by Harikawa. Now let's move on to pair number 2. Pair number 2, two team pursuit Olympic champions. In the lane, representing Canada, 2022 team pursuit gold medalist,
We then continue with pair number 2 in the lane for Valerie Motte representing Canada against Ayano Sato from Japan in the outer lane. Number 10 against the number 8 2 years ago in the World All-Round Championships.
Ready.
Another roll for their 500 meters, the most difficult one for most all-rounders. Also Motte great on the longer distances. Have some difficulty with that first 100 meters. Opening is for Sato, 10-6. Great opening for an all-round skater. Crosses over Motte. You see some great speed from Sato. Motte now picking up some speed, but it is Sato who will win this second pair. It is a 38.2. Again, a personal best for Sato, the 39.36 for Motte, also a personal best for her. So now already see 4 personal best in the first 2 pairs, so that means we have some fast eyes here in the Max Eiger Arena. See Marika Groenewoud entering the ice rink as we continue with pair number 3.
National record holder in 1500 and 3000 meter representing China. It's
It is Mai Han in the inner lane representing China against her teammate, 21-year-old Binju Jiang, also from China in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
See the replay of the false start here. But a movement there by Yang in the outer lane. It will restart for this pair number 3.
Full start, all clear. Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off. Both Chinese women on the way to their opening. Han 10-9, 11-1 for Yang. Slightly slower than Sato. Sato with a great full lap. Build up some great speed as we see And also getting up to the 54 kilometers per hour. She goes to the outer corner, stays half of her teammate. She finishes here in the 38.01. A great time by Han. Big personal best there. 39.22. Also big personal best for the youngster Jan. Almost 1 second faster than she's ever been. So happy coach, happy skaters. To take up big jumps from their personal best. We continue with pair number 4.
And here we go with pair number 4.
The inner lane for Sophie Carolina Hagen, representing Norway.
23 and 24, the runner-up of the National All-Round Championships. Please welcome Sophie
Against Sadrina Tas, representing Belgium in the outer lane.
outer lane for Belgium and Belgian Sandrine Tas.
Go to the start.
Hagen also present 2 years ago on the World Championships all around. Ended up in 14th place. Let's see what you can do in this opening. This is that we have started with pair number 4.
And
10-9 for Tas. Great opening for her. 11-5 for Hagen. Hagen, the long distance specialist. First few meters for her, not especially as Tess crosses over her. Gets into that last inner corner on the way to the finish line. You see the 39.6 for Tas and the 41.1 for Hagen. 5th and 8th place at the moment for them.
So that means Anna remains the same in the number 1 spot, 38.01. At number 5, we have 2 big names, 2 big champions to come. Because here they are, ready to go. Inner lane in pair number 5.
We continue with pair number 5. 5 out of 12 for Senska Lollobrigida. In the inner lane representing Italy. Already a long career still with us here on the ice in the Max Eicher Arena against Ragne Wiklund. 4th in 2022 in the World All-Round Championship, skating in the outer lane representing Norway.
ready.
Let's start with their first distance, the 500 meters. Great start by Lollobrigida. We also see her often on the mass start during the World Cups and the World Championships. 11-2 for her, 11-6 for Wiklund. So Wiklund, number 4, 2 years ago, just missed out on the podium. Let's see if she could do better these 2 days as Lollobrigida tries to pick up some more speed. Comfortable lead over Wiklund. Let's see what her time is. It is a 39.1. Third time at the moment. 40.0 for Wiklund. 8th time for Lollobrigida. Great time for her, actually. Only 4 hundredths of a second above her personal best.
Here we go with pair number 6.
See Takagi getting ready for the second tournament this weekend. So we continue with pair number 6, Susanna Kurzova, representing the Czech Republic. Only 20-year-olds making her debut here in the World Championships against Magdalena Kison, representing Poland. Also on the World Championships, distance is only 5,000 meters. Came 19th. We started with this sixth pair. Kurzova against Christian.
Pair number 6 here, the opening times.
Kurzova opens slightly fast, 11.7. Christian, 11.8 for her to get on the exchange. We're about the same speed as they get into the last corner. Can Kurzova close that gap? It looks like it. Of women head to head as they cross the finish line. It is the 41.3 for Christian, the 41.3 as well for Kurzova. New personal best for both women. See the close finish here on the finish line. So we continue with pair number 7. Jiwoo Park from Korea on the inner lane. Against Ramona Hardy representing Switzerland in the outer lane. That's the start for this 7th pair. See the best start for Park, 11.1. Opening for her, Hardy, 11.5. It's all about gaining some seconds on the opponent or making sure you don't lose a lot of your opponents. As this Park on her way to the finish line. She finishes in a time of 39.70. 40.77 for Hardy. It is a new personal best for her.
That's a lot of personal bests so far. Great performance by the technical team of the Max Eicher Arena. Oranje alert opgelet voor de graaf.
So again, a personal best for Hardy. Which means that it is very fast ice here in the Max Eicher Arena. We also saw yesterday, in the last day of the Sprint Championships. We continue with pair number 8 in the lane for Joy Burner, representing the Netherlands, 24-year-old. Against Aranya Grinden Löves, representing Norway.
Ready.
On the roll for the 500 meters pair, number 8. To go head and for the open 11.3 for both women. Joy Burner gets into the outer last corner on her way to the finish line. Liva Etzela Burner go a little gap there as they cross the finish line. It is 39.1 for Burner. 40.0 just above the 40-second barrier. Lovas, which is a new personal best for her. She's now in 10th place. We continue with pair number 9. Caitlin McGregor.
Representing Switzerland, welcome Caitlin McGregor.
Representing Switzerland in the inner lane. Against Abigail McCliskey. Representing Canada on the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Start of pair number 9. 9 out of 12. McGregor against McCliskey. Almost the same openings, 11-1 for both women. McGregor gets ahead in that inner corner on the exchange. McCliskey tries to get into the draft. Moves into the last inner corner on their way to the finish line. This McGregor slightly ahead. With the faster, the highest speed at 28.1 lap time. 39.2. New personal best for McGregor. 39.7 for McCliskey.
The new personal best of Caitlin McGregor is also a new national record.
But now the leaderboard on this 500 meters, the first distance of this all-round championships. Han leads the way with this for 38.0. Sado in second, Lolovica in third. As we continue with pair number 10. Ekaterina Aidova representing Kazakhstan in the inner lane. Against Antoinette Radma de Jong representing the Netherlands in the outer lane. The bronze medal winner 2 years ago in the all-round World Championships.
Go to the start.
Aidova, one of the fastest personal best on the 500 meter in this field. Also on the 500 meters on the World Distance Championships earlier this season. Ooh, and a little movement there by the outer lane, Radma de Jong. So we'll have to restart this pair number 10.
Ready. Full start, outside. Go to the start. Ready.
This time we're off with pair number 10. Aidova against Radma de Jong. Aidova, as expected, opens faster than Radma de Jong. The 10.6 for 10.8 for de Jong. Very good opening for Radma de Jong. As Aidova takes the lead. Now it is de Jong with slightly higher speed through that inner corner. And she closes the gap to Aidova. See the finish here. It is a 38.3 for de Jong. What was a great personal best for her. So great time, great start of this all-round tournament for her. Aidova 38.47. Fourth time on this 500 meter up until now.
Still time to beat 38.01. And this is pair number 11. In pair number 11, let's welcome on the inner lane, representing the United
We then continue with pair number 11, Greta Myers, representing the United States in the inner lane. 19-year-old youngster has to take it up against Ivonie Blondin, representing Canada on the outer lane. Number 11 on the World Championships all around 2 years ago. He's a great mass start skater.
Ready.
And the roll in one go. Myers against Blondin. Myers 10-9, 11-0 for Blondin. Some great speed there by Blondin, 53 kilometers per hour. Gets alongside Myers. He gets slightly ahead. It is Blondin winning this race in the 38.74. 38.89 for Myers. 5th and 6th place for them at the moment. Only a few tenths of a second above their personal best, so great start for both of them. Both prefer the longer distances. It will come later today. So then continue to the final pair, pair number 12. The inner lane is for Marike Groenewoud, representing the Netherlands, two-time world champion. He must start against the world sprint champion Mio Takagi from Japan on the outer lane. Mio Takagi, the 2018 all-out champion. Now up for a second championship title of this weekend as she starts with this 500 meter. That will definitely be won by Takagi if nothing happens with that great sprinting ability. 10-5 for Takagi. What an opening. 11-0 for Groenewoud. We'll see a difficult exchange here. Groenewoud just crosses before Takagi. Takagi already alongside, already past Groenewoud actually. What a speed for Takagi as she comes on the final straight and finishes in 37.5. The big win for her on this 500 meter as expected. 38.6 for Groenewoud. 6th place for her also. An okay opening distance for her. So referee will have to take a look at that exchange if nothing really happened, if Takagi was it impeded there. So slightly slower than yesterday, the 37.1 yesterday. Now it is at 37.5. With already a big lead for Takagi. On the number 2 of this distance, Mai Han. Almost half a second advancement on her Ayana Sato from Japan, now in 3rd. Antoine Rijpma de Jong in 4th and Aidova Yekaterina in 5th. See Martina Sablikova also present here in the Max Eiger Arena.
On the screens. But what an outstanding performance by Miho Takagi after winning the World Sprint Championships yesterday. Being a former winner of this tournament.
With the final results and also the classification of this Women All-Round Championship. So Takagi leading 2.7 seconds ahead on the 3000 meter against Han. Sado is 4 seconds. Involvement on Takagi. Deal with the place 11 to 20. Still, anything can happen with only 1 out of 4 distances skated for this 24 women.
Here we go with the differences on the 3,000 meters. 2.7 to Anai, 3.9 to Ayasato, 4.7 to Antoinette Recario, 5.4 to Yekaterina Ilova, 6.4 to Marek Burvat. And now we see just how important this 500 meter is. To put a strong base under your all-round tournament.
So that concludes the 500 meters for the women. We will shortly start with the 500 meters for the men, about 6 minutes. And there we saw Jordan Stolz not present whilst today is on the sprint championships. But he will compete here on the ice in Inzell on this Saturday and Sunday during this all-round championship. So it will be an exciting battle between Stolz and, of course, three-time all-round champion. Here we have him, Patrick Roost from the Netherlands. So the all-rounder against one of the best sprinters at the moment. Again, the same as with the women tournament. 12 pairs to go, 24 skaters on the ice. The 500 meter for the men is coming up shortly.
Less than 3 minutes away from the start of the 500 meters men, as we can see in the big LED screens in the stadium. The countdown clock there in yellow. Let's have a look, a brief look at the start list of the men's all-round tournament 500 meters. This will be a really exciting tournament.
So here we go, 3 minutes to go until the 500 meters, the first distance, the World Championships all round for the men, as we see the starting list here. So again, 12 pairs on the ice, 24 skaters, as Tuchia and Wu will kick off this all round championship. All eyes will be on the last 2 pairs, especially pair number 11 with Stolz and pair number 12 with Roost. What will the difference be between them on this 500 meters, and what will the difference therefore be on the 5,000 meters that Roost will probably have to make up against Stoltz. Here we go, the first pair on the 500 meters men all-around championship. The inner lane for the Japanese Riko Chichaya against Juwu from China on the outer lane. They will kick off this men's World Championship all around here in the Max Eiser Arena in Inzell.
Ready?
Let's start Chichua against Wu Chichua. Over slightly faster, 10-1 for him, 10-3 for Wu. When we look at the start, we see some difference in personal bests between the men. So some of them skating from that longer distances. We have the 35.8 for Tsuchiya, new personal best for him, first time below the 36 seconds. 36.8 for Juwu from China. Tsuchiya, one of the faster men on the 500 meters. So we'll try to take a bit of a lead here on this 500 meters against his opponents. His opponents will try to close that gap back again on the 5,000 meters later today. As we then move on to pair number 2. In the lane for Indra Medard, representing Belgium. 25-year-olds. Against Shomu Sasaki from Japan. The 18 years old youngster. Starting in the outer lane. They've started their all-round championship. There's a 10-2 for Sasaki and 10-6 for Medard. So we also saw on the 500 meter for the women slightly slower opening. So yesterday a lot of 100 meters below the 10 seconds now. Most of them just above. As it is Sasaki. Creating a big lead for him against Medard is the 35.4. What a big personal best for him. 1.2 seconds faster than he has ever been. So he can definitely be happy with that. A 37.2, almost 2 seconds faster than Medard has ever been. So a big leap out of their personal best on the ice here in the Max Eiger Arena. We move on with pair number 3. The inner lane is for Hallgeir Engerbraten, representing Norway, the 24-year-old. The outer lane for Michel Malfatti, representing Italy. Also present 2 years ago in the World Championships all around. Became 14th. Back then, but now we are here in Inzell. We start with pair number 3. See the false start given probably to the inner lane. Let's see the replay here. Slight movement there by Engerbraten. False start given by Robert Lauber from Germany, the starter for the men's races. That's the start for Engerbraten and Malfatti for their all-round World Championship. See the great start by Engerbraten, the 10-4 for him, 11-0 for Malfatti. Malfatti, we know that his best distances still have to come. 5,000 meter and also the 10,000 meter tomorrow. Engerbraten, difficult outer corner for him. But he stays up as he gets onto the finish line. A 36.3 for him. New personal best for him, a 38.07 for Malfatti. Exactly the same as his personal best. 3rd and 6th place for them at the moment. See the replay of the difficult corner from Eitram. Few hiccups there. Still manages to beat his personal record. We continue with the 4th pair, Davide Gietto from Italy in the inner lane. Also one of the contenders for the general classification. Against Sander Eitram, representing Norway in the outer lane as he gets cheered on by the Norwegian crowd in the Max Eiger Arena. 22-year-old youngster, also one of the contenders for the general classification. Let's see what he and Giotto can do on this 500 meters. Giotto, one of the slower personal best, but let's see if he maybe can beat that here on the ice in the Max Eiger Arena as we have the opening. 10-6 for Eitram, 10-8 for Giotto. Eitram gets into the draft of Giotto on the exchange. And the inner corner on his way to the finish line. For his first distance here on the ice, it is a 37.06 for Eitram. And 37.52 for Giotto. Giotto, new personal best. 0.8 of a second. Puts his thumbs up. Great first race for him. Better than he ever was on the 500 meters. So great start for this all-round championship. The leaderboard now, Suzaki leading to Cha in 2nd, Engerbraten in 3rd as we continue with pair number 5. In the lane for Victor Haltorp, representing Denmark. Against Kars Juismans, representing the Netherlands in the outer lane. start for Torop and Jansman. Torop, so a great inline speed skater. So 10-8 for both men, Torop and Jansman. Torop moves into the outer lane. Jansman closes that gap. Very fast to Torop, already ahead of him as he crosses the finish line in the time of 37.6. New personal best for Jansman and a 38.16 for Torp, just slightly above his personal best. Jansman making his debut on the World Championships. His best. This is still have to come the 5,000 meter later today. We then continue with pair number 6. The inner lane is for Chris Huizinga, representing the Netherlands. Also present 2 years ago on the World Championships around, came 13th back then. And here we have it, Felix Mali, representing Germany in the outer lane.
Ready.
We've started with this 6th pair. It is slightly better start of Mali, 10-7 for him, 10-8 for Huizinga. Huizinga will be looking forward to that 5,000 meter later today, but first he has to finish on this 500 meters. Huizinga and Mali side by side as they cross the finish line. 37.46 for Huizinga, 37.49 for Mali. Mali, new personal best for him. Sounds better than he's ever been. You see the finished photo here, so Huizinga slightly early over the finish line as we continue with pair number 7. We are halfway in this 500 meter for the men's all-round championship. The inner lane here in pair number 7 is for Nurali Axel, representing Kazakhstan, against Bart Swings. In the outer lane representing Belgium, the bronze medal winner 2 years ago in the World Championships around. The reigning world champion on the mass start.
Ready.
We've started with pair number 7, Swings against Axel. Axel slightly faster opening, 10-4, 10-5 for Swing. The Swing is already great speed from him. 66 kilometers per hour. 57 even as he gets into that inner corner, difficult inner corner for Swings. There's a very high top speed for that master. Swings slightly ahead. It is the 36.34 Swings, new personal best for him. And the 36.57 for Axel, also a new personal best. So both men faster than they've ever been. They've also a good start in this all-round championship. We see the slight hiccup, but Swings manages to stay up as he gets cheered on by his coach on that exchange.
Pair
Continue with pair number 8 here on the ice in the Max Eiger Arena. Daniele Di Stefano representing Italy in the inner lane, the outer lane for Jake Weideman representing Canada.
Ready.
That's the start of Stefano against Weideman Stefano. 10-4 opening for him, 10-7 for Weideman. To get on with their first distance. Stefano, great rhythm in that outer corner as he gets to the finish line of 36.11. What a great time from Di Stefano. 1.1 seconds of his personal best time. 37.2 for Weideman. Di Stefano now in third on this 500 meters. So a great race by the 25-year-old from Italy as we continue with pair number 9. The inner lane for Jae Wong Chung representing Korea, the 22-year-old youngster against Sverre Lunde Petersen representing Norway. Retires after this tournament, so these will be his last 4 races that we'll see this weekend in Inzell.
To the start.
After his long career in the World Cup and the Championships circuit.
Ready.
As we get on with pair number 9, so Chung against Petersen. Petersen slightly ahead, 10-3 for him, 10-4 for Chung. Both of them great personal best of the faster 500 meters in their legs. Petersen moves on in the inner corner, but also a great outer corner there by Chung. Chung slightly ahead. Scottish finish line in 36.1. New personal best for Chung. 36.2 for Petersen. Which is a great start for both men. Petersen also happy. Chung almost 0.6 of a second faster than he has ever been. So a lot of personal best here on the ice in the Max Eiger Arena. Petersen enjoys the atmosphere here in Inzell, Germany. We get on to the last 3 pairs. Pair number 10, Mateusz Sliwka, representing Poland. The 18-year youngster in the inner lane against Ethan Ciperon, representing the United States in the outer lane. Ciperon also present 2 years ago on the World Championships all around.
Ready.
So that's the start of this 10th pair. Sliwka against Ciperon. Ciperon ahead, a 10-2 for him, 10-5 for Ciperon. Ciprand, great outer corner as he gets onto the finish line in a time of 36.51. New personal best for him. And 37.07 for Ciprand. Finds himself back in 12th place at the moment. Luka now in 8th. So the standings for now, Sasaki still leading with a 35.4. Tsuchiya from Japan, 35.8 in 2nd place. And Chung from Korea now in 3rd as we get on to pair number 11. Here we see him on the ice. It is Jordan Stolz, the world champion in the 500,000 and 1500 meters. Against Gabriel Odor, representing Austria in the outer lane. Stolz, what can we expect from him? His last race this season.
Ready.
That's unfortunate, the false start by Gabriel Odor.
Ready.
See the replay here. Just didn't stand still at the start. As we have a restart of pair number 11. As Roost gets himself ready for the next pair, pair number 12.
Ready.
And that's the start. Stolz against Odor, and this will definitely be a win by Stolz, but by which margin? Let's see, the 9.6 for Stolz. What a opening. And 10.3 for Odor. Odor trying to keep the gap as little as possible, but Stolz with a great speed above the 60 kilometers per hour already. What will his time be? Let's see. It is a time of 34.10. A new track record here on the ice in Inzell. And a 36.44 for Odor. Also a great time for him and also a personal best for him. But what a power from Stolz here on the ice. We expected a fast time of him, but this fast, it will be a challenge for Roost in the next race. So he will try to keep the gap as little as possible. But once again, a great race from Stolz after such a good season. But once again, the world title in 500,000 and 1500 meters. Now here, another track record for him as we continue with the last pair, pair number 12. It is Patrick Roos representing the Netherlands, the silver medalist 2 years ago. The World Championships, a 3-time all-round champion in the inner lane against Samuli Suomalainen, representing Finland in the outer lane.
Ready.
There we go, we're off with the last 500 meters for the man. Definitely be excited what the gap will be between Stolz and Roos. Roos, great opening for him, 10-1. Suomalainen also great opening, 10-1. Second and third opening for both men. You see the speed not going to the 60 kilometers per hour, but still some great speed. Suomalainen slightly ahead of Roos. Suomalainen, let's see what this time will be. The 36.06 and the 36.07 for Suomalainen and Roos. 4th and 5th place. So that means that the calculated gap that Stolz now has is 2 seconds. A little less than 2 seconds on the 500 meters. That means that on the 5,000 meters, that will be around 19 seconds. Patrick Roost will have to close against Stolz. You see the photo finish here between Odor and Stolz. So big but calculated gap for all skaters against Stolz, as the longer distance will come shortly for the all-round specialist here on the ice in the Max Eicher Arena in Inzell. We have the classification here, so Stolz leading with a very big gap on Sasaki, Tsuchiya and Roost. Roost on 19.6 seconds. That's the time. Stolz is ahead of him, Somalainen in 5th. We compare to places 11 to 20, so already some big gaps compared to Stolz, but in between still a lot can happen. So we have the final 4 skaters here on your screen, as we now have an ice resurface here in the sunny Max Eicher Arena. We shortly will move on with the 3,000 meters for the women on this ISU World Championship all round. So stay tuned. So shortly continue with the races here in Inzell, Germany. So here we go, the 3,000 meters for the women's all-round speed skating championships. See the classification at the moment. Takagi leading for Han, Sato, De Jong and Aidova. So that's your top 5 at the moment. So 12 pairs we'll see on the ice for this 3,000 meters halfway. We'll resurface the ice. Here are the first 4 pairs. As Jiwo Park and Josefina Schlurp will kick off this first 3,000 meters. After pair 6, so after Savika Rillian-Hagen and Abigail McCliskey will have a short ice resurface. After which we'll have the final 6 pairs, and it is in pair 12, Mareke Groenewoud and Antoine Reitma de Jong will be the last women on the ice for today. Not the last skaters, as we then have another ice resurface and continue with the men's 5,000 meters. These skaters doing a cooling down after that 500 meter earlier today. Start off with pair number 1, the inner lane for Jiwoo Park representing Korea. 15th on the 500 meters against Josefina Schlurp representing Germany. 20th on the 500 meters. That's the start of this first pair, and they will have to set a time for the rest of the skaters. Park and Schlurp, as they get on with their 7.5 laps. Skating here in the Max Eiser Arena, so Jiwo Park 21.2 and 21.5 for Schlurp. First full lap for both women, 33.4 for Park, 33.0, slightly faster for Schlurp. They are head to head. First 600 meters. Lap times stay consistent. Park slightly slower than Schlurp. Schlurp again 33 low lap time for her. This is all about consistency. The constant speed on this 3,000 meters. Schlurp now slightly ahead of Park. Park 33.9, 4/10 slower than her last lap. She'll try to keep up with Schlurp, 33.1, great lap time for her. Can she keep up with this lap times? 3.3 again. Great lap time by Schlurp. She's already 2.4 seconds ahead now. Has to do the remaining few laps on her own. Crosses way over Park on that exchange. We go on to the last 2 laps. 33.9. Ooh, and a difficult lap there for Schlurp. 34.6 for Park. And it's getting difficult for her to maintain those lap times and that speed. Because we'll soon hear the bell for the last lap. .37. Difficult lap for Schlurp. 35.8. Lap time for Park as they enter their last lap on this 3,000 meters women all-round tournament. Schlurp giving it all. This last distance for today. For her World Championship debut. And she finishes here in 4:18.05 with a final lap of 35.2 and 4:24.4 lap time 37.5 for Jiwo Park. First and second place in the general classification for now. They're both way above their personal best. See the women after just shows in the pairs there, making themselves ready. There we have it, pair number 2, Romano Hardy, representing Switzerland. Personal best for her on the 500 meters against Susanna Kurzova, representing the Czech Republic. That's the start of this second pair. Hardy against Kurzova. Both had a personal best on the 500 meters. Faster than they have ever been. See if they can achieve that as well here on the 3,000 meter. This Kurzova with a slightly faster opening. 20.8, 21.0 for Hardy. Kurzova, the 20-year-old. We also saw her 2 years ago in the World Championships all around. Managed to get up in 17th place. She was an 18-year-old back then with 6 laps to go now. In this second pair, 32.4, 32.5, the lap times for Hardy and Kurzova already ahead of Schlurp and Park. 32.7 for Hardy. Again, great lap time for her. 33.0 for Kusova. Great lap by Kusova, 33.0, 33.5 for Hardy. Hardy now in 33.1, 33.7 for Kusova. Around the same lap times as Slurp. Slurp still slightly slower than both women. As we go to the last two laps of this second pair. Let's see what the intermediate time is, 33.7. Slurp has a time of 33.9 as a lap time. So the gap remains the same as it is the Swiss. Hardy gets a great draft from Kusova. She will get the bell for the last lap. This 3000 meter women's all-around tournament, 2 seconds ahead of Slurp. Still in the 33 seconds. About a 2-second advancement. Kusova in the back. Difficult last few meters for her. She tries to keep her lead over Slurp. Slurp, the current leader. Only 3,000 meters as we have to finish here for Hardy. The final time 4:14.9, new leader on the 3,000 meters, and the 4:17.09 now puts Kusova in second place and fourth in the general classification. We then move on to pair number 3, the inner lane, Yekaterina Aideva from Kazakhstan against Aurora Grinden Leve, representing Norway in the outer lane. Personal best of 40.05 the 500 meter early today. Now they are gone for their 3,000 meters, 7.5 laps to go. Kusova. Now in second, Hardy in first in the general classification, 20.2 and 20.8. Way faster openings. Their competitors, but still 7 laps to go, so anything can happen. .600 meters intermediate time. Great first lap of Lovas, 31.5. Isn't that fast enough? Let's see saw the 33.1 from Aidova. See the bottom right, great speed there by the Norwegian skater. So 32.3 lap time against the 33.7 from Aidova. Aidova already a bit slow there compared to the other skaters. She loses some time on our current leader, Hardy. Aidova, 5th place on the 500 meters. And now 60 meters behind on Lovas. Lovas again, 32.97. Great lap time by her. 33.8 for Aidova. Now keeping it as constant as possible, trying to do that. To move on to the last 3 laps, 33.4. So again, 0.5 second decay for Loveth. Now losing a bit of time, though. Aidova, 34.4 lap time for her. 2.4 seconds ahead as she is now in 5th position. We get on to the 2200 meters, 2 laps to go, 33.9. Again, a great lap by Lovas. Loses 0.2 of a second to Hardy, but still 1.7 seconds and 34.7 for Aidova. As they both go on to the bell for the last lap for their 3,000 meters in the all-around championships. 2 arms loose for Lovas, 33.6, even faster than her last lap time. A great effort by Lovas. Takes back another 0.3 of a second on Hardy. As she gives it her all on this 3,000 meters. She is on her way to the finish line. She finishes in the time of 4:11.66, just above her personal best, with a great race from Aurora Grindon Lovas. And Yekaterina Aidova finishes in 4:19.91, 5th place at the moment for her. With a 5th place on the 500 meters, still leads the general classification. That's also always great to see the different tactics from the women here on the ice in Inzell. We move on to pair number 4 in the inner lane for Greta Myers, representing the United States. Again, Sandrine Tas representing Belgium in the outer lane. Both also present on the World Championship single distances, 3,000 meters. As they get on with their 3,000 meter distance here in Inzell, 7.5 laps. .23 for Tas, 25 for Myers. It's their opening times. Let's see how the lap times will evolve throughout this race. So both also present on the World Championships, 3,000 meters. So we have the first intermediate lap times, 30.6, 30.9. The first lap times in 30 seconds. So we are second ahead. Our current leader, our Grunden Lovas from Norway, we saw in the last race. So Myers 15. The World Distance Championships, 3,000 meters, Tas 20th. In the same tournament in Belgium, as we have 5 laps to go. Again, great lap times for Myers and Tess. 2.5 seconds ahead against Lovas, but Lovas had some great last 3 laps without any decay, so a very strong end from the Norwegian skater. Speed now for both women. Almost the same, and almost the same intermediate lap times. Myers 31.3, Tess 31.4. Their advantage increases. First and second intermediate time. So we are halfway this 3,000 meters. Get on to the last 3 laps. 31.9 for Myers and 32.3 for Tess. Already 5 seconds ahead of Lovas, but Lovas now had that great last 3 laps. So Lovas, 3 laps of 33.6. Let's see what their lap times are. Still faster, 32.9 for Myers. 33.3 for Tas. Still gaining on the time of Lovas. Now one hand loose for both women as they get on to the bell for the last lap. In this 4th pair, in 2,000 meter. 33.8 again, great lap. 34.5 for Tas. Lovas had a great last lap, 33.0 for her, but the advantage is too big. As Myers and Tas give it all. Skate through the last corner on their way to the finish line. This is a great race by both women. 4:06.43, new fastest time for Myers. And 4:07.95 for Tas. This is also now first and second in the general classification. Happy Myers. And 2 seconds above her personal best. It was skated in Salt Lake City.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for pair number 5. Here she is on the inner lane representing Japan, the 2000.
We then move on to pair number 5, the inner lane for Mio Takagi representing Japan. Current leader, winner of the 500 meter earlier today. The world champion sprint against Magdalena Crison, representing Poland in the outer lane. 23rd on the 500 meter, but she skated a personal best.
Ready.
We also saw Grijon on the World Championships distances on the 3000 meter, 19th. She became on that distance. Already a big advancement for Takagi early in this race, 7 laps to go. So Takagi, 2018 all-round world champion. 2 years ago, silver medal for her. As a coach, DeWitt, shows how she's doing on this 3000 meter. First full lap, 30.8 for Grijon. Faster than Takagi, 31.3. She definitely will try not to start too fast. We haven't seen a personal best yet on the ice on this 3000 meter. Across the 1000 meter mark, 5 laps to go. Again, great lap by Takagi and also great lap by Grijon. Grijon almost head to head with Takagi now. With that slightly faster speed as she now gets ahead of Takagi. Polish skater, 31.8 again. Great lap time by Grijon. Takagi, 32.3. As she starts this 3000 meters slowly, maybe she can pick up some more speed towards the end of this race. Grijon putting some power in the eyes. Let's see the difference in the classification on the bottom right. Takagi as the leader, of course, has a great advantage as she's now accelerating. 32.0, accelerating the lap times. The 32.9 for Grijon. Grijon 1 minute, 1 second slower this lap than her previous lap. As it's now Takagi trying to gain some time back on the current leader Myers. So 2 laps to go now, 32.3. Where Myers skated at 33.8, so almost 1.5 seconds she gains back in 1 lap. She gives it her all on her way to the bell for the last lap. Mio Takagi after already 5 distances in 3 days. Now busy with her 6th one. On the way for the last 400 meters, 32.6. Great lap time once again by Takagi. Very constant. Race 34.4 for Grijon. 4th intermediate time at the moment. Takagi on the way to the finish line. She sets the time for the remaining skated 4:05.41 with the final lap time 33.6. Now first in the general classification, but she still has to wait for the next 7 pairs to know what her time is worth. Because in the end, Grijon ends up in 4th place with 4:10.97. We then move on to pair number 6, the last pair before the ice resurface. It's the inner lane. We see Sophie Carolina Hagen representing Norway. against Abigail McCluskey, representing Canada on the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's a start for the sixth pair and last pair before the ice resurface. Hagen against McCluskey. As Trichon plays on the boarding, giving it her all on her 3,000 meters. Hagen 20.6, her opening. McCluskey 20.3. McCluskey, the number 16 from the 500 meter earlier today. Hagen 22nd on that 500 meters. First full lap, 31.5 for Hagen, 31.8 for McCluskey. Both women go head to head in this sixth pair. Hagen leading, 31.4 lap time, another great lap time for her, 31.9 for McCluskey. Speeds of both women almost the same. Again, a lap time below the 32 seconds for Hagen, 32.0 for McCluskey. McCluskey tries to get in front of Hagen. Hagen, great draft for her now on the exchange. She's already alongside. McCluskey now ahead of the Canadian with 3 laps to go on this 3,000 meter the All World Championships. .3.4 for Hagen, but slightly faster. It is McCluskey now gets in front of Hagen. 32.2. To lose a bit of time on Takagi. Takagi is now back in the last 3 laps in those low 32-second lap times as they hear the bell for the last lap. Now 4th and 6th intermediate. Time 34.1 for Hagen, 33.6 for McCluskey. So we see a very close battle here in this 6th pair. Here on the ice of Max Eiger Arena in Inzell. McCluskey on the inside. Passes Hagen. She gets on to the finish line with a time of 4:09.37. 4th time at the moment, 4:11.09 for Sophie Carolina Hagen. And she sits in 6th place on these 3,000 meters. We have the current standings here on your screen. It is Takagi setting the first time 4:05.41. That's the time to beat for the remaining 12 skaters after the ice service. Myers in second, Taz in third, Kluski in fourth, and Crichon in fifth. We'll now have a short break for the ice shows, and hopefully we'll see you back shortly for the remaining 6 pairs on these 3,000 meters. The Ice World Championships all around here in the Max Eiger Arena in Inzell, Germany.
National 3,000 meter champion here in Inzell. She was runner-up of the National All-Round Championships. And my other guest is, of course, one of the most successful German athletes in speed skating history. World champion all-around, and of course, 5-time single-distance world champions and 5-time gold medalist in the Olympic Games. Liebe Zuschauer, dear people, let's welcome, herzlich willkommen für Bente Flug und Claudia Bechstein. Das ist gut. Ich gehe zwischen 2 großen Meisterinnen. Bente, wir fangen mit dir an. Wir werden ein bisschen in Deutsch oder ein bisschen in Englisch machen. Wie ist es für Sie hier zu sein?
Yeah, it's great to be here back in Inzell after so many years. And what's speed skating so relaxed?
It's great to have you here. And of course, Claudia, auch für dich. Wie ist es hier zu sein? What's it like to be here for you?
Yeah, and for me it's like it's an honor to be here with you. You speak with me. I'm not competing, but I'm not finished my career. I go forward for next season, and I'm happy. I just see so many people here, so many fans from Netherlands. Hello, welcome. And there's so many people also from Norway and for sure the Dutch and the German fans. It's nice. We have so many people here in the ring during the World Championships, and it's nice. Actually, it's nice to skate here, but I'm too slow and I'm no more all-rounder. And I look forward only to go 5K more.
You know what it's like, Bente, to win here in Inzell. What's it like to be a winner in Inzell?
Yeah, it was always a dream to be German champion, but I had always strong competitors like Claudia. And in 2016 it was possible to beat her and here in Inzell, and it was very special for me.
Very special for me, for you. What also is very special for you all here in the Max Eicher Arena. We have been company from another big name in German speed skate history. Let's do it for 8-time all-round world champion, 8-time European world champion, 3-time gold medalist in the Olympics, and of course 98 World Cup victories, which is still a record. Ladies and gentlemen, liebe Damen und Herren, hier ist Gunnar Niemann! Inzell ist in unseren Herzen. Die Geschichte und heute geht hier Hand in Hand. Ich möchte Sie gerne fragen, hier auf der 1 zu, alle drei auf der 1 zu stehen, dann können wir noch ein großes Ja zu den drei. This is a very special moment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear them one more time what it is to hear a full ice stadium applaud for Benten Flug, Claudia Beckstein und Gunda Niemann. Fabelhaft, vielen Dank für alle fabelhaften Momente im deutschen Eisschneller Hoppla. Vielen Dank. Bedankt, zegt Claudia Beckstein. En natuurlijk Winter Vloed en Gunda Niemann. We gaan terug naar DJ Peter en straks het vervolg van de 3 kilometer. Let's get back to DJ Peter and back to the restart of the competition in 3,000 meters.
Away from the start, the restart of this 3,000 meters. 14:45. We'll hear the gunshots again, and then we'll kick off with race number 7. Evening Bowman versus the second on the 500 meters, and the second in the current classification on my race number 8 will be Caitlin McGregor versus Momoka Horikawa. Then race number 9, Ayana Sato finished 3rd in the 500 meters. She'll race against Jacqueline. Race number 10, Francesca Lollapizia versus Joy Beulen. Race number 11, Valerie Martin and Wagner Vicky Hoogte. And then race number 12 will be the Dutch race. Marijke Vroerhout versus Antoine Rijnwaarde, currently 6th and 4th in the overall standing. If we look to the leaderboard now for the 3,000 meters, in the third position it's Sandy Kassa, 4:07.95. Second position Greta Myers, 4:06.43, leading Miho Takagi with a time of 4:05.41. Less than 2 minutes away for this decisive first day. Let's see who will be in the lead after this first day in the women's championship.
So here we go, we're back after the ice resurface for the remaining 6 pairs on these 3,000 meters. Yeah, it's a World Championship all around here in Inzell, Germany. So the fastest time until now is set by Mio Takagi from Japan, 4:05.418. We continue with pair number 7. In the line is for Ivani Blondin representing Canada against Mai Han from China. In the outer lane.
Ready.
That's the start for these two women. Blondin against Han. Number 7 from the 500 meters against number 2. Han in the outer lane now with a new personal best for her. Just at 38.01 as you see the openings here. 20.1 and 20.3 for Blondin and Han. Both of them personal best on these 3,000 meters below the 4-minute mark. Those were of course skated on high altitude, so less air resistance. We'll see what that means here in Inzell. First full lap, 30.5. Great first full lap of Han. 31.0 for Blondin, also great lap for her in these 7.5 laps. So now 4th and 6th in the intermediate time for Blondin and Han. It was Myers in one of the early stages here on the 3,000 meter with the very fast start. In the end, she saw her lap times rising. And Takagi finished strong as you see her here recovering. This Han 31.6, Blondin 32.0. Hoping will try to keep these lap times consistent. So you also know that Takagi had a very strong end on her 3,000 meters. 1,000 meters. You see 3 laps to go, 31.8 for Blondin. Blondin increasing her pace, 32.1 for Han. So the 2,200 meters, 2 laps to go. It is Blondin to 58.65. Both women half a second faster than Takagi at this moment. Blondin also a slightly faster lap time. So the lap time of Takagi, the 32.6. Let's see what the time of both women. Blondin even faster now. Gains a little on the time of Takagi. Han slightly behind. There's still some close racing compared to the time of Takagi. Takagi leading the general classification. Let's see what these women can do. Can they get back some time after that great 500 meters of Takagi? So we have to finish now for Han. Han wins this race, 4:03.69. 4:04.23, second time for Blondin. Again, close the gap to Takagi in the general classification. Han now in second, Blondin in third. Han the 0.2 of a second disadvantages on the 500 meters time. And Blondin 0.8 points behind in the general classification on Takagi. Now still in third as we continue with pair number 8. Here we have pair number 8, Caitlin McGregor in the inner lane, representing Switzerland. And the outer lane for Momoka Horikawa, representing Japan. Both have a personal best. the 500 meters earlier today. See there Sven Kramer. This looks to be the corner with Joep Menemars, we saw competing yesterday. Ooh, and a false start on this 3,000 meters. See the reply of the false start. It is the Japanese Horikawa. The slight movement before the starting pistol went off.
Go to the start. Ready.
We then move on with pair number 8. We have the opening for both McGregor and Horikawa. 21-0 for both women. Great first full lap for McGregor and Horikawa. The 8th and 7th intermediate time. So McGregor yesterday 12th on the 500 meters with personal best. About half a second. Great race from her early today. Horikawa 17 on that 500 meters. We get on to the last 5 laps. Again, McGregor, great lap time. Another 30.6 seconds. 31.3 for Horikawa. McGregor 1.3 seconds slower now than our last lap. Has to try to keep these lap times consistent up until the end of this race. Horikawa 31.4 lap time for her. To move on to their last 3 laps in this 3,000 meter World Championships all round. McGregor great. Lap time same as last lap, 32.0, 31.8 for Horikawa. Slightly faster now than the Swiss skater. So Horikawa's showing same lap times as Blondin at this moment. Slightly faster than Blondin now. And she takes the fast intermediate time for now. McGregor 32.4, 6th intermediate time for her at the moment. With Horikawa already 13 seconds. She has to make up against Takagi. Still a long way to go as she gets on to the bell for the last lap. 31.7 on a great lap by Horikawa. Even faster, McGregor 32.7. Horikawa accelerating towards the end of this race. She has something left. Looks good to that inner corner. The last corner before the finish line as she gives it her all on the last few meters. It is the 4:01.89. What a time for Horikawa. New personal best for her. And she can be happy with that, of course. 4:05.92 for McGregor. Now 5th place at the moment. But a great race by Horikawa. She can hold on to those fast lap times towards the end of this race. Takes over the lead on these 3,000 meters with 4:01.89. That's the time to beat for the upcoming skaters. Here we go, pair number 9, Ayano Sato from Japan on the inner lane against Biju Yang from China in the outer lane.
Ready.
So that's the start of pair number 9. So 8 skaters left on these 3,000 meters. So we have the fast opening of Sato, 19.7 against the 20.3 for Yang. So Sato, the number 3 from the 500 meters. We also saw her 2 years ago during the World Championships all round. Ended up in 8th place in the overall classification. 3.9 seconds she has to make up against Takagi on this 3,000 meters. So we have the first full lap for both women, 30.8 for Sato, 30.6 for Yang. First and fourth intermediate time. So Sato now the fastest intermediate time, 31.2. Again, a great lap time from her. As seen in the bottom round, the difference between Takagi and the other Japanese, Ayano Sato. So these gets smaller from Takagi on Sato. Can Sato keep this up again, 31.6. Slightly faster than Takagi in this part of her race. Young, the 32.3 for her. Different tactics that she has. Maybe she can build it towards the end of the race. Move on to the last 3 laps. So the 32.2 from Sato as Takagi now had those last great 3 laps. We see also the difference in the classification. Get up again to 3 seconds. So 2 more laps. Sato 32.6. She now loses a bit of time on Blondin. Young 33.2. 9th intermediate time at the moment. As Takagi is done for today. Cooling down in the warm-up area. Looking at her teammate. Rear the bell for the final lap for Sato, 33.0. Now it's gonna hurt that last lap as a sprinter. 30.9 for Bingju Yang from China. Sato will finish here in a time of 4:04.78, the fourth time. With final lap of 33.3 and a 4:09.26. The final lap of 34.4 for the Chinese Yang. With that time, they're now third and eighth in the overall classification. So Takagi still leading for Han, Sato, Blondin and Myers. We continue with pair number 10. We'll see Francesca Lollobrigida on the inner lane representing Italy. Ninth on the 500 meters against Joy Beuner from the Netherlands. It's getting her first World Championships around, 10th on the 500 meters. And the world champion on the 5,000 meter single distance a couple of weeks back in Calgary. As they start, pair number 10 on their way for their 3,000 meter in this World Championship all round. See the fast opening of Lollobrigida, the 19.4 and the 20.1 for Beuner. Good opening for her. Lollobrigida will most of the time start fast. We try to keep the decay as little as possible throughout the race. Beuner will start slightly slower most of the time. Tries to keep the decay as little as possible. Maybe even accelerate a little bit towards the end, as there are already some fast lap times, especially by Beuner, 29.7. She doesn't hold back early in this race. 30.3 for Lollobrigida, also a great lap time, the two fastest lap times up until now. This is now Beuner leading before Lollobrigida. But once again, some great lap times of 30.1 for Beuner, 30.6 for Lollobrigida. Already almost 3 seconds on the current leader, Harikawa from Japan. But Beuner did have a gap to Takagi on that 500 meters, so she has to give it all in order to close that gap of 9 seconds on this 3,000 meter. We are on the 1,400 meters. Beuner 30.5, Lollobrigida 30.9. So very fast start for both women. Can they hold up? As we are halfway this 3,000 meters. So 3 more laps to go, and now we knew with great laps from Takagi. As you see the live difference on the bottom right. Another great lap by Beuner, very consistent throughout, and 31.2 from Lollobrigida, also very consistent. As the gap gets smaller and smaller to Takagi. Still great speed from Beuner. She crosses over Lollobrigida. Has to do it all on her own. This 10th pair on the 1,000 meters. As the difference ticks back now, 30.8. without any decay in these laps. 31.9. Lollobrigida will come very close for her. About 6 seconds faster now than Horikawa from Japan. Böhne doing great effort, great race here on the ice of the Max Eiger Arena in Inzell. Still 2 seconds between Takagi and Böhne as she moves into the last lap. 31.3. What will the time of her be, and what will the difference between Takagi and Böhne be? Let's see as Böhne puts in her final acceleration on the way to the final inner corner. And also Lollobrigida skating a great race as Böhne now almost has made up the time between her and Takagi. Let's see what the time is. A 3:55.72, a great 3-second track record that was set in 2019 by Martina Sablikova. 3 seconds faster than the old track record. What a race from Böhne here on the ice, and she takes over the lead in the general classification from Takagi. Didn't even look that fast, but so strong on the ice here. She takes the track record and the lead in the general classification. Only 5 thousandths of a second between her and Takagi in the overall classification. So Böhne now leading. Lollobrigida ends up in second, also time below the 4-minute mark, the 3:59.80. Also a great time for Lollobrigida. She now finds herself back in 5th place in the general classification. We continue with pair number 11. The inner lane is for Valérie Maltais, representing Canada. The outer lane for Ragna Wiklund, representing Norway.
Ready.
That's the start of pair 11, so we're on to the last 4 women. So Maltais skated a great 500 meters, new personal best for her. 39.35, 13th on that 500 meter. Wiklund 19th on the 500 meters. This is her terrain, this is her specialty, the 3 and 5,000 meters. Both women we saw early this year on the World Championships distances, 3,000 meter. Maltais came up in 10th, Wiklund in 5th. So we have the first full lap at 31.0 for both women. It's hard to compare to Böhne. Böhne with that great time. And that great track record here on the ice in Inzell. As she flew through these 7.5 laps. So Maltais accelerating 40.7 for her, 31.0 for Wiklund. Consistent second full lap for her. Both of them, we also saw them 2 years ago in the World Championships all around. Wiklund just misses out on the podium. Came in 4th. Maltais ended up in 10th. Yes. 4 laps to go. The 30.7 for Wiklund, accelerating. The 31.1 for Maltais. So now we'll see what their lap times will do in the last 3.5 laps. So we are halfway the 3,000 meters. Both women way behind on Takagi. Can they make up to the podium place. Let's see, 30.9 for both women. Maltais accelerating once again to keep that lap time below the 31 mark. So we have 2 laps to go from Wiklund. Still 30.9. Great race by Wiklund. 31.5 for Maltais. Now losing a few meters on Wiklund. Wiklund very strong. As she puts up the tempo there. The rhythm on the ice. Tries to accelerate even more towards the end of this race as we go to the last lap. The last lap for pair number 11. Wiklund against Maltais. Wiklund 31.2, another great lap as we go into the final lap. 32.2 for Maltais. Second and fourth intermediate place at the moment. Wiklund now with the fastest intermediate lap time. Let's see what the final time will be. Can probably be too big to Böhne, but can she make a leap in the classification? It is 58.29, second place for now. 8 in the general classification, the full 01.35 for Valérie Maltais, fourth on these 3,000 meters, 7 in the general classification. So also Wiklund faster than the previous track record. Track record of 3:58.91. Wiklund skates at 3:58.29, but still 2.6 seconds behind on Böhne. As we have the last pair, pair number 12 on the ice. The inner lane is for Marijke Groenewoud from the Netherlands. She will skate against Antoinette Radma de Jong, also from the Netherlands. 7th participation here during these World Championships all around. Bronze medal winner 2 years ago.
Ready.
4th on the 500 meters. As they've now started Groenewoud against Radma de Jong for the last 3,000 meters. The Women's All-Round Championship. Fast start for Groenewoud. Very fast, always on the mass start together with Irene Schouten. Irene Schouten not here. She retired a couple weeks ago after a great win on the single distance championships a few weeks ago in Calgary. Groenewoud to number 4 on the World Distance Championships. As it goes side by side, 29.6 and 29.7, even faster than Böhne there. But Böhne had a very consistent race. So let's see if these women can keep up with the lap times of Böhne. We see the difference between Böhne, Groenewoud and de Jong in the general classification on the bottom right of your screen. So now they are 4 or 5 seconds ahead. Again, a great lap time by Groenewoud, just below the 30-second mark. And also Radma de Jong, great intermediate lap time. It's slightly slower than Böhne, but still ahead. We are almost halfway this 3,000 meter, 30.6. 1/10 slower than Böhne. Loses out a little time there. Radma de Jong. Loses half a second there to Böhne. It is slightly ahead in the general classification because of that faster 500 meters. As you see there, 4 seconds between Böhne and both Groenewoud and Radma de Jong. Radma de Jong now a little behind on Groenewoud. The last 3 laps. 31.1, 3/10 slower compared to Böhne. Radma de Jong 31.7. Who's 9/10 there in 1 lap against Böhne. Böhne with that very strong end of her race. As you see, the advancement of both Groenewoud and Radma de Jong fall back on Böhne. So 2 laps to go, 31.9. Lap time of Böhne in this stage of the race, to 30.8. So about a second they lose now. As you see the advancement decrease and decrease as they go on to the bell for the last lap. Groenewoud fighting. And Radma de Jong also fighting as they go on to the last 400 meters. 32.2 again. 9/10 slower than Böhne, but will it be enough? 1 second ahead still. Groenewoud on Böhne. As we see a very close battle here on the ice in Inzell. Radma de Jong now almost exactly the same in the general classification as Böhne. Groenewoud moves on to the final straight, still 1 second ahead. Let's see what the final time is. 3:57.94. Second place for her on these 3000 meters, and she takes over the lead from Böhne. 4:01.04 for Radma de Jong. 5th on the 3000 meter, 4th in the general classification, but a very close battle as Böhne wins this 3000 meter in a track record. What a great effort for her. And what an exciting day we will have tomorrow with the 1500 meters and the 5000 meters. It's the first 4 women, actually the first 5 women, within 0.3 points in the general classification. So within 1 second on the 1500 meters, which will result tomorrow in a great battle. So we have the final result, 3000 meter for the women's all round. Böhne in the track record, 3:55.72 takes the win. Groenewoud in second. Buklut in third, Lotte Richard in fourth, and Radma de Jong in fifth. Then move on to place 11 to 20 on these 3000 meters. So we then have the general classification after the first day here in Inzell, Germany. The ISU World Speed Skating All-Round Championships. Kunout leading for Beune, Takagi and De Jong. Han in 5th. All within 1 second on the 1500 meters. That will be skated tomorrow. Then move on to places 11 to 20. Some close gaps in between, so still anything can happen in the general classification. So we have tomorrow the 1500 meters and also the 5000 meters, after which we will know who will be the world champion all round of 2024. So now have an ice resurface, after which we will continue with the 5000 meters for the men all-round championship. And again, we will have the first 6 pairs, after which we'll have an ice resurface and continue with the last 6 pairs. So stay tuned as we'll shortly start with the 5000 meters, the last distance of today on the ISU World Championships all round.
place with a time of 3:57.94. Representing the Netherlands, Marijke Groenhout. And in first place, and winner of this 3,000 meters, in an absolutely breathtaking track record, 3:55.72, representing the Netherlands, Joy Beunen. Give them one more big applause. Our top three in third place. Rachel Wiekloet, second Marijke Groenhout, and the winner, Joy Beunen. A little bit more than 2 minutes away from the final event of today, of the first day of this all-around championship here in Inzell, Germany. 5,000 meters men. 12 races upcoming. But after 6 races, there will be an ice resurface, of course.
So here we go, the 5,000 meters men all-round World Speed Skating Championships. 12 pairs on the starting list. Total 24 skaters. These first 10 pairs here. So after pair 6, we'll have an ice resurface, which we'll see the last 12 skaters on the ice. Huizinga, Ingebrigtsen, ending this first day of the Ice World Speed Skating All-Round Championship.
At the end of the first race on the ice, Jeroen versus Matthäus Liebka. Second race,
This is your classification after the first distance, the 500 meter. Jordan Stolz with a track record of 34.10, leading the classification for Sasaki, Tsuchiya, Roost and Suomalainen. I'll definitely have a look at the difference between Stolz and Roost. 19.6 seconds. Can Roost make that up today? Or does he need also the distances on tomorrow, the 1500 meter and 10K, to make up that difference between them? We're at the vessel of the starter, Jenny Smegen from the Netherlands. That means that we will shortly start with the first pair on these 5,000 meters here in the Max Eicher Arena, Inzell, Germany.
And here we go with our pair number 1, men's 5,000 meters. In a lane, representing Korea, the national all-round champion.
Starting in the first pair, the 22-year-old Jiwon Chung from Korea in the inner lane. against Mateusz Slivka, representing Poland in the outer lane. Only 18 years old, making his debut here during these World Championships all around. They will have to set a time for the remaining opponents. So 12.5 laps on this first 5,000 meters. That is Chung against Slivka. 19.7 for Chung, 20.1 for Slivka. So both men actually had a personal best on the 500 meters earlier today. So Chung, 6th place on the 500 meters. A great personal best of 36.1, and Slivka, 12th place on the 500 meters with a personal best of 36.5. But already way behind on stalls as we now see the first full lap, 30.4 for Chung and 30.7 for Slivka. Consistent lap times of Chung, 30.2. Slivka now 31.1. He tries to get into his rhythm for the remaining 10 laps. Stoll talks with Enema, the coach from the Netherlands. See the lap times of Chung and Slivka, 34 for both men. As they move to the 2200 meters. 8 laps to go. Jaewon Chung still leading, 30.4. Really consistent for the first part of his 5,000 meters. Jung once again 30.4 as a lap time, 31.0 for Slivka. Slightly behind the 18-year-old skater from Poland. Slivka still on his way for maybe a new personal best. Let's see, as it is still Chung. Very consistent, 34. Once again, Slivka now 31.7. .36 for Chung, 32.3 for Slivka. Not too bad for Slivka, as his personal best is around 25 seconds slower than personal best of Chung. So still on his way for a new personal best. The youngster from Poland. So we have 4 laps to go for Chung, 30.7. Once again, great lap time by him. Slivka now 33.3. keeps this up, maybe he can achieve another personal best after his great time on the 500 meters.
3,800 meters, 23.4 laps.
Now the first lap in 31 seconds for Chung. Still very consistent. 33.9 for Sluka. .3 for Chung, 2 laps to go. He will set the first time here on this 5,000 meters. And 34.4 for Sluka. Almost 50 seconds in between them. And Chung will get the bell for the last lap here on the ice in Inzell. A very consistent race of the Korean. With 31.7. We'll end up around the 6:30 mark. We also heard the bell for Mateusz Sluka. Manages to accelerate a little bit there. Just stays below those 34-second lap times. As we have the finish here for Jae-Woon Chung. Just below the 6:30, 6:29.37. Final lap time 31.7. As he sets the first time here on these 5,000 meters. And we have to finish for Mateusz Sluka. With a great last lap time 32.98. It's not fast enough for a new personal best for him. So he ends up behind Jae-Woon Chung. We then move on to pair number 2. The inner lane is for Indra Medar, representing Belgium, and the outer lane for Samuli Suomalainen, representing Finland.
Ready.
So the start of pair number 2, it is Medar against Suomalainen. Suomalainen only finished skater on the ice this weekend. The open win is 19.2 for Medar, 19.7 for Suomalainen. So Medar personal best on the 500 meter earlier today, 17th place for him. Suomalainen, actually a great race from him. We saw on the 500 meters 5th place in the overall classification. To move into their first full lap. 30.7 for Medar, 31.4 for Suomalainen. So both their personal best around the personal best of Sluka. Almost 25 seconds slower than Chung, who now leads on these 5,000 meters. So let's compare them to Chung and Sluka. So 31.4 for Medar, 32.1 for Suomalainen. About the same lap times as Sluka. Medar keeping his hands on his back throughout the corner. For more aerodynamic position. Medar 31.0, very consistent lap time, 31.9 for Simon. Also very consistent for him. Slightly slower than Chung and Slivka in that first pair. As we saw, their lap times came up pretty fast, especially from Slivka. So let's see how their lap times evolve throughout this race. Medar 31.1 keeps it consistent, and the 31.7 slight acceleration there from Simalainen. Medar now is up to third place, 31.0. Again, a great lap time of 31.7. Again, Simalainen, great lap time for him as well. Slivka now showed a few slower laps. Let's see if Medar can keep up with the low 31 second lap times. We are halfway these 5,000 meters. 30.9. Even a slight acceleration of Medar. Simalainen 32.0. Now 2/10 decay there for Medar, 31.2. Still faster than Slivka in the last race. Slivka now had a 32.3 lap time, so gains a second on his time. Simalainen 32.8 lap time. Now the difficult laps of Slivka came, 31.8 still. A great effort here by Medar. Very consistent race as Simalainen 33.9. Good to ask his coach on the exchange where to go to see the replay here. In or the outer lane. But in the end, he chooses the correct lane as it looks. Medar 32.3. Still way faster than the laps of Slivka. Slivka very difficult towards the end of the race. Simalainen also a difficult last few laps here, 34.9. Very fast on those 500 meters, but he will lose some time on these 5,000 meters. 2 more laps for Medar, 32.5, still very consistent. As he is on his way, if he keeps this up, to a new personal best. 35.8 for Simalainen. Also 2 laps to go. We go to the last lap for Medar, 32.5, another great lap. If he keeps this up, this will be a new personal best for him. An old personal best, the 6:42.32. That's the time to beat for himself. The time of Chung has already passed. The 6:24.33 for Simalainen. Still 1 more lap to go for him. As we have here the finish of Medar, the Belgian skater, with a new personal best below the 640s, the 6:38.85. A great effort by the Belgian skater. now comes in second in the general classification, and then we have to finish from summer line in 7:00.67. Comes up in fourth, and also fourth in the general classification. Lap down 36.3. We then move on to pair number 3. It is Daniele Di Stefano in the inner lane representing Italy. In the outer lane we see Nurali Axel representing Kazakhstan. 20-year-old. Personal best on the 500 meters.
Ready.
That's the start of pair number 3. Di Stefano against Axel. As Di Stefano takes the lead early in this race. The 18.7 fastest opening up until now. So both skaters, great start of their tournament. Both a personal best on the 500 meters. Di Stefano 36.11. 7th on the 500 meters. Axel 36.57, 13th on the 500 meters as we have the first full lap to 30.8 for Di Stefano, 31.6 for Axel. You see slightly slower start there from Axel. Also has 20 seconds slower personal best on these 5,000 meters. So again, we will see a big difference here on the ice, as we saw in the last 2 races. So 9 laps to go for Di Stefano. Still some great lap times by him. 30.2 and 32.08 for Axel. So we will be looking to the schedule of Slivka. And of course Medar from the last race. And Di Stefano the same lap time, the same personal best as Jimon Chung. Current leader. 30.2 again, great lap time by Di Stefano, 6/10 of a second. In advance of the Korean Chung. Axel 32.0, also very consistent for him. Already losing out on a few. We have 7 laps to go again. 30.4 for Di Stefano. Tries to hold up with these lap times. And 32.1 for Axel. So a slightly slower start from him. That was expected because of those personal best. As Victor Halle-Torp makes himself ready for his race in the next pair. Di Stefano once again the 30.4 lap time. Axel now loses a bit, 8/10 of a second slower than his last lap, 32.8. See the difference in the classification there. Chung 0.9 seconds behind on Di Stefano at the moment, but still 5 laps to go for the Italian. 30.1 in lap time, increases his pace. 3/10 faster now than his previous lap. 25-year-old from Italy. Up until now, great race by him. Again, the 30.1 gains once again a few tenths on Chung. Chung now 30.7 in this intermediate lap. As we have Axel 34.0. Now it starts to hurt. He still has 4 laps left. It is Di Stefano, almost sees him on the end of the straight. 30.5, once again, a great lap, 3 laps to go for Di Stefano. If he keeps it up, he will end up around his personal best. Personal best, 326.47 for the very strong Italian here on the ice is in Inzell. And there it is, fifth, 13.81, 34.4 for Axel. So Di Stefano can see him now at the end of the straight. A great beacon for him to skate towards 30.7. Once again, great lap. There we have the difference between them. Di Stefano on his way to Axel, who is a lap behind. And also for Di Stefano, it starts to hurt, but he is on his way to a great final time as he gets the bell for the last lap. 31.1, 3.5 seconds ahead of Chung. On his way for a new personal best, but it will be tight. Can he make it? To the last corner, the final meters for his 5,000 meter. Let's see the final time for Di Stefano. It is a new personal best for him. The 6:24.64. Great final lap with the 30.49 lap time. So great race by the 25-year-old Italian here on the ice of Inzell. We also see the final meters of Nurali Axel. He finishes in 6:53.94, 5th time at the moment. We continue with pair number 4. The inner lane is for Felix Mali, representing Germany. In the outer lane for Victor Hallet Torup, representing Denmark.
Go to the start.
Married to Sofia Torup yesterday and on Thursday during the Women's World Championships sprint. As they get on for their 5,000 meters. It is the opening for Mali, 19.1, Torup 20.7. Both Sofia and Victor skating in America. So we have the first full lap, 29.3 for Mali, Very fast full lap for the German skater. So now we'll try to get into a work time of 30.7 for Torp. And also that second lap, 29.1. What a fast lap of Mali. Great first 2.5 laps for him. Thor with a lap down 30.6. Also great for now. Let's see what the times will do throughout the race. 29.6. Another lap time below the 30 seconds for Mali as he goes all in into these 5,000 meter. 30.7 for Torp. 6th intermediate time for now. Mali by far with the fastest lap times up until now. Let's move into the last 8 laps. Mali 29.6. Very consistent, still below the 30 seconds. 30.4 for Torp. Also fast lap times for him, but already 5 seconds behind against his opponent Mali. The speed is about the same now for both skaters. We see the first lap time above the 30 seconds for Mali. 30.1. 3.8 seconds ahead from the current leader on the 3000 meters, Stefano from Italy. So we are halfway on these 5,000 meters, 6 laps to go. Felix Mali still in the 30 second, 30.5 lap time for him. Now slightly slower compared to Stefano, 30.5 for Torp. Torp with the slightly slower start, but as we see on the bottom right, speed is higher now from the skater from Denmark. Mali now 31.0. You see the big decay now happening. About half a second slower than his previous lap. Torp now still 30.5, gaining on Mali. Let's see if Mali can increase the pace once again. Lap time of Stefano, 30.1. Lap time of Mali, 31.1, losing 1 second this lap. And 4 laps to go. Torp 30.2. Gains a second on Mali. Sees him in front of him. Mali moving a little bit difficult already, but still 3 more laps to go in this 4th pan on the 5,000 meters. 32.1, now he loses out a lot. 30.2 for Torp. Great lap time for him. Now the fastest lap times of all skaters. Can he take some time back compared to Di Stefano? As we move on to the last 2 laps. As this Mali still leading this race, but Torp with the higher speed, 32.3 and a 29.9 of Torp. What a great race from him. The easy start in the beginning and now he accelerates. Mali, very difficult last few meters for him, but Torp already alongside him takes over the lead. As he goes on to the bell for the last lap. Torp One arm loose to get some extra speed. 50 kilometers per hour, 29.4 for Torp. What a great race. Only 0.2 of a second behind Di Stefano. With that great sprint on the end. Through the last corner, he comes on his way to the finish line. Set a new fastest time here on the ice in Inzell. It will be the lead for the moment for Victor Torp with a final lap of 28.98. What a race for Victor Torp. And a 31.4 final lap time for Felix Mali. Ends up in third at the moment. What a battle we saw here in pair number 4, and a very happy Victor Torp. So Mali going into these 5,000 meter very fast. It loses out a lot of time towards the end of the race. Torp does the exact opposite. Starts slowly. Make sure to have something over for the end as we continue with pair number 5. In a lane for Gabriel Odor representing Austria against Riku Tsuchiya representing Japan.
To the start. Ready.
That's the start of pair number 5. Odor against Tsuchiya. So we have to start at 90.8 for Odor and the 90.4 for Tsuchiya. No surprise that Tsuchiya opens a little faster, the number 3 from the 500 meters. And the personal best of 35.83. Odor also a personal best for him on the 500 meters. Ended up in 11th with a time of 36.44.
600 meters.
As we see, the full lap for both skaters, 29.9 for Tsuchiya and a 30.5 for Odor. Tsuchiya was some 2 years ago during the World Championships. All round back then. Ended up in 6th. Also a few weeks back on the 5,000 meter single distance World Championships, where he ended up in 18th place. Lap time 31 and 33 for Tsuchiya and Odor. We now see how their lap times will evolve throughout their 5,000 meters. .34 for both men as their lap time. So slower than Mali, but he had a very fast start and ended up paying for it towards the end of the race. As the lap times are now compared to Torp, who had a slightly slower start in the beginning. But his last 3 laps were the fastest up until now, with a final lap time of 28.9 seconds. So not a lot to gain in those last laps. Only something to lose, as we have the 2200 meters here. 7 laps ago, Odor 30.2 and Tsuchiya slightly slower, 30.4 lap time. but still ahead. We are halfway at 30.3, 30.5, still consistent lap times for both skaters. Tsuchiya now fastest lap time this stage of the race. Tsuchiya second time at the moment. Second intermediate time, but still 3 seconds ahead on Torp. We now enter the last 4 laps. Here we saw Torp increasing his pace, his lap time 30.2 as well from Tsuchiya. Gabriel Odor 31.0, now loses a couple of tenths on the time of Torp. We saw the speed of Torp increase to around 50 kilometers per hour. These man stays on 48, so they will lose some time, but will be enough for Torp to keep his lead. 30.0, also slight increase in speed of Tsuchiya. He gains a little bit on Torp. Odor 31.0, still very consistent, but now we knew the fast lap times of Torp. 29.9 at 29 low and 28.9 in the next 3 laps. So 2 laps to go for Tsuchiya, 30.3. Loses 4 tenths in this lap. As we go to the last 2 laps on this 5,000 meters. 31.6 for Odor. It's a great race by Tsuchiya. Here's the bell for the last lap. Let's see what is time at 30.2. Loses 8 tenths in this lap, but it should be enough if you can keep these lap times up. 32.2 for Odor, 6th intermediate time at the moment. Great race by Tsuchiya. He gives it his all, and it will be enough to take over the lead of 6:22.76 with the final lap time. 30.46. 6 tenths ahead of Torp, and Odor ends up in 6th place up until now. As Tsuchiya also takes over the lead in the general classification. So the positions for now: Tsuchiya in first, Torp in second, Di Stefano in third, Mali in fourth, and Chung in fifth on this distance. Tsuchiya is leading the general classification for Di Stefano. As we continue with the 6th and last pair before the ice service. And here we have him, the world champion on the 500, 1000 and 1500 meters. The leader in the general classification, Jordan Stalls from the United States. And he goes against Jake Weideman from Canada.
Go to the start.
And he will be looking at the time of Stalls. Patrick Roost. In about 6.5 minutes he will know which time he has to skate to get those seconds best. The 19.6 second lead of Stolz on Roost. What will be left after these 5,000 meters? Here we see the 18.9 of Stolz. A great opening from him. Weideman, the 19.6. That's just the opening. We'll see how the lap times will evolve. Stolz, the world champion on the 500 meters. Now 10 times that distance and you are over the finish line. 29.7 first lap time for Stolz, 30.5 for Weideman. So the lap times for both men. Personal best for both men, 6:20 and 6:25. Let's see how this race is gonna evolve between Stolz and Weideman. Still 30.1. Same lap time at Tsuchiya. The current leader is 6:22. Still 30.1. Very consistent from Stolz. Weideman 31.1. 7th intermediate time for him at the moment. Again, Stolz with his hands on his back, also in the corner for some extra aerodynamic position. 56. So we see the increase in speed, 29.3. A big acceleration there from Stolz. He has still some laps to go here on the ice. So Stolz, the winner of the 500 meter earlier today in the track record. Weideman, the number 17 on the 500 meters. Already 80 meters behind Stolz. Once again, the 29.4. Looks up to the scoreboard on his right. Gets a thumbs up from his coach. 30.6 for Weideman. Also accelerates. It's a big question for everyone. What can Stolz do on these longer distances? Predicted the time of 6:15 to 6:20 himself. We see the 29.6. Once again, 4 seconds faster than Tsuchiya. So Tsuchiya at a time of 6:22. 30.9 for Weideman. Also a great race from the Canadian. The focus is now on Stolz. 3,000 meter, 5 laps to go. 29.6. Once again, a lap time below the 30 seconds. As he increases his lead even more on Tsuchiya. Still looking comfortable. Great technique from Stolz. Weideman 30.8. Also consistent from him. As he shows some great lap times. So for Weideman, it's important now to also accelerate a little bit, as we now got those great laps by Tsuchiya and Torup. Stolz still 29.8, below the 30 seconds. 5-second lead on Tsuchiya. And on his way to a great time on these 5,000 meters. With the high rhythm in the corner. Also still great speed from him. As he gets cheered on by the crowd. 29.7, even a slight acceleration from him once again. So 5.5 seconds then Tsuchiya. Weideman 30.9, also great racing from him, but about half a lap behind on Stolz. As Patrick Roos washes what Stolz is doing here on the ice of the Max Eicher Arena in Inzell. 2 laps to go. Even faster from Stolz. 29.6. 6 seconds faster than Tsuchiya. And if he keeps this up, it will be around a time of 6:15, 6:14. And it looks like he has something left here on the ice in Inzell. Weideman 31.1. As Stolz gets the bell for the last lap. Still great speed by him. 29.5. Great effort here by Stolz. On his way to the last corner and on his way to the finish line. What an effort by the American. Weideman 32.1 for him. She enters the last lap, but here we see it. Stolz, 50 meters to go, crosses the finish line with a time of 6:14.76. A new personal best for Jordan Stolz. And what a great lap times. Wow, just wow. Amazing to see what he can do on these longer distances. And it will be very hard for Patrick Cruz to gain some seconds back in the general classification. Jake Weideman, 6:34.33. He ends up in 8th place on the 5,000 meters. Good ball race from Jordan Stolz. Also faster than he expected himself. So around 6:15, 6:20. He predicted. Ends up with 6:14.76. We'll see Niels van der Poel also in the stadium. Reigning world all-round champion. Will definitely lose that title tomorrow. She's competing on the ice. What a race from Stolz, the world champion on the 3 shortest distances. Also puts in great effort here on the ice on these 5,000 meters. So now we'll have a short break for the ice resurface. First the standings of the 5,000 meters. So Stolz leading for Tsuchiya. Torp with also a great race for Di Stefano, and Mali in 5th with a very fast start of him. Ended up losing a lot of time in the end of the race. So 6 pairs to go after the ice resurface. 12 skaters left with, of course, Patrick Cruz, Davide Giotto, Sander Eitrim, Bart Swings and Sverre Lunde Pedersen. So stay tuned, as we'll restart this competition shortly with the second half of the 5,000 meters here, the Yazoo World Speed Skating All-Round Championships. So here we go, the final 6 pairs of today on this first day of the ISU World Speed Skating All-Round Championships. So 6 pairs to go, 12 skaters left on the ice for their 5,000 meter. What will be a very exciting battle between the sprinter stalls. Can't even say that anymore after his great effort we saw just a couple of minutes ago. 6:14.76. That was his time on the 5,000 meters. So now we'll see on the ice some most experienced all-rounders there are in the field. We'll shortly restart this competition with the last skaters. So here we are in a sunny Inzell for pair number 7.
Because in the inner lane is the national record holder and the track record holder, world champion here in Inzell on the 5.
The inner lane is for Sverre Lunde Petersen representing Norway. And in the outer lane we see Shomu Sasaki representing Japan. So number 2 in the general classification after his great time on the 500 meters. A new personal best for him on those 500 meters. And he can also skate quite a good
Go to the start.
5K. So let's see as we start this last stint of races. The last 6 pairs here with Petersen and Sasaki. So time to beat 6:14.76 of Jordan Stalls. As we'll see, the first opening is 19.5 for both men. So we have the first full lap for both men, 19.5 for Petersen, 97 for Sasaki. So was Petersen with the 36.2 lap 500 meter time earlier today, 8th place in the general classification. And Sasaki still came up in second, now second in the general classification. some also earlier during the World Championships single distances in Calgary. On this distance, the 5,000 meters, where he ended up in 11th place. So he is experienced on the longer distances now, 13.3 seconds behind on Jordan Stolz. This 5,000 meters, as we have lap time of 39.6 for Peterson and 30.0 for Sasaki. So we saw Jordan starting pretty quickly with 29.5 lap times. Then the lap times slowly increased to 30.5, 30.6. But the last 7 to 8 laps were all below the 30 seconds with an average of 29.6. So a very strong end of Stolz. Let's see Peterson 29.7. Still below the 30 seconds, 30.4 for Sasaki. As this Peterson leading this race, 29.7, very consistent lap times as he gets cheered on by the Norwegian crowd. Sasaki 30.1, also still very consistent early in this race. As they are halfway, they are 5,000 meters. 29.6 slide. Acceleration from Peterson 30.3. Sasaki still around that time of Stolz. Peterson can pace himself on that time of Stolz. And on the pace of Stolz himself was very consistent throughout the next couple of laps. 29.6. Exactly the same lap time as Stolz. 30.4 for Sasaki. So Peterson copying the pace of Stolz at the moment, as he is slightly behind. There we have it, Peterson accelerating 39.4, Sasaki 30.6, now losing 8/10 on that pace of Stolz. But great effort from Peterson now, the fastest intermediate time for him. As he once again is 1/10 of a second faster than the lap time of Stolz at the moment. 3 laps to go. 29.5 for Peterson, 30.6 for Sasaki. So once again, great effort by Peterson. Will be skating his last races tomorrow, but he can still do it. 2 laps to go for the Norwegian. 29.4. Once again, great lap time. 1/10 faster than Stolz. Once again, 31.0 for Sasaki. 4th intermediate time for him at the moment. Next lap time of Stolz, 1:29.48. Let's see what Peterson can do when he hears the bell. The bell for the last lap for another great 5,000 meter, 29.5. He copies the schedule of Stolz, 4/10 ahead. What a great race once again for Peterson. Sasaki in 5th place at the moment, but it is Peterson now on his way to the finish line. See a lot of Norwegian flags in the crowd there as he finishes in a time of 6:14.5. Takes over the lead in the 5,000 meters. Second in the general classification at the moment. So great start of his tournament. With a great time on the 500 meters and also great race here on the 5,000 meters. Sasaki ends up in 6th at the moment on this distance. 3rd in the general classification, right behind Peterson. Great effort by both Sasaki and Peterson. See some beautiful shots here of Peterson and Niels van der Poel. To start with pair number 8, Ethan Sepperan representing the United States in the inner lane. Bart Swings representing Belgium, starting in the outer lane.
Ready.
That's the start of pair number 8. Swings against Sepperan. 19.3 for Sepperan, 91 for Swings. So Swings 9th on the 500 meters in a personal best. So no, was never faster on the 500 meters. Sepperan 16th on the 500 meters, time of 37.07. See where there's some great speed by Swings. 29.2, great opening. Full lap for him, 29.8, also a great opening for Sepperan. So now we'll get towards the contenders for the top spots on these 5,000 meters. And one of them is Bart Swings, the bronze medal winner 2 years ago on the World Championships all around. 29.5 once again. Good lap time by Swings, 30.1 for Sepperan. Sepperan, we also saw him 2 years ago on the World Championship speed skating all around. Ended up in 8th place. Now in 16, but still anything can happen as we move to the last 9 laps. 29.4 for Swings, 29.8 for Sepperan. We'll see how the lap times will evolve. .3 for Swings, another great lap. And 29.8 for Sepperan. Swings had a little hiccup there in the corner. Let's see if we can. Ooh, a little hiccup there, but he manages to stay up. We have the lap times 29.6 for Swings, 29.9 for Sepperan. So now Swings losing a bit on stalls with 29.4 lap times. The average is 29.6 from this moment up until the end. So that's the time to beat for Sepperan and Swings. Stalls cooling down here on the bikes. As well as Axel next to him, skater from Kazakhstan, as we have Swings still leading this race for Sepperan. Sepperan 29.7, Swings was 29.5. Same lap time as Stolz. So we are past the halfway point on this 5,000 meters. Onto the last 5 laps. 29.7. Against 30.1 for Seperan. With Swings still ahead. 1.4 seconds ahead on Peterson. But him and Stolz both had some great lap times in the next few laps. So let's see if Swings can still accelerate towards the end of this race. 4 laps to go. 29.6. Lose a little bit of time there on Peterson with a 29.4. Seperan now 30.3. 4th intermediate time for him at the moment. Around the time of Di Stefano. .29.74 Swings now 1 second ahead, but his lead is decreasing because of that very good last part of Peterson in his race. 30.4 for Seperan. And Swings manages to keep that speed around those 48-49 kilometers per hour. It should be okay for him. 29.9 still loses a little bit now. Only half a second with 2 laps to go. And the next few laps will be important. Peterson and Stolz both 29.5 in the next lap. Can Swings accelerate a little bit towards the end of his race as he gets on to the bell for the last lap of his 5,000 meters. Let's see. We have the 30.0 now, only 1/100th of a second in front of Peterson. It will be tight. Last lap of Peterson, 29.56. Seperan, 31.02. Lap time for him. So last laps are difficult for Swings. But he did manage to have a very consistent, a very steady 5,000 meters as he finishes here in 6:15.44. 3rd time. And that's the 3rd in the general classification. That means that Peterson still leads. Stolz still in 2nd and Swings in 3rd. In the general classification we see Stolz, Peterson and Swings. That's your top 3 at the moment. Seperan ends up in 5th on this distance. As we continue to pair number 9. The inner lane is for Ju Wu, representing China. The Chinese record holder here on the 5,000 meters. Time of 6:13.09. The outer lane we see Kars Jansman from the Netherlands. Already skated a big personal record on the 500 meters earlier today.
Go to the start.
Still ended up in 22nd on those 500 meters, but a big improvement already from the Dutchman.
Ready.
As that's the start of pair number 9 here in the Max Eiger Arena, Inzell, Germany. So we have the opening, the 200 meter opening times, 18.9 for Wu and 19.4 for Jansman. 12.5 laps to go on these 5,000 meters. We saw Wu earlier this year on the World Championship single distances. This is the 5,000 meter. Ended up in 17th place. We'll have the first full laps here. On the screen, 29.5 for Wu, 29.4 for Jensman. Let's see if they can keep these times consistent throughout the full 12 laps. .29.8 for Wu, 29.5 for Jensman. Around the times of the fastest met up until now. .29.8 for Wu, 29.5 once again for Jensman. So still around the same pace as Swings, Peterson and Stolz. Now it's Wu a little faster than Jensman. Wu 29.6, Jensman 29.7. Still 4/10 ahead of Peterson, who leads this the 5,000 meters. A very close battle here between the Chinese and Dutchman. 29.6 for Wu, 29.6 for Jensman. Halfway through this 5,000 meters, still some great lap times of both men. As we now saw, 29 and 20, 1.5, 29.6 lap times throughout the remaining laps by Peterson, Swings and Stolz. Let's see if these men can do the same. This Jensman now slightly ahead. 29.6, 29.9 for Wu. Exactly at the time of Peterson at this stage in the race. Jensman still half a second ahead. We get into the last 4 laps, 29.7. Jensman now losing 4/10 in 1 lap on Peterson. Wu tries to get in front of Jensman. Great exchange here for Jensman. Can get into the draft of the Chinese skater. Jensman now extending his lead over Wu. 29.7, still great lap times, but now slightly behind on Peterson. Still around the same lap times. Peterson now 29.5 for the next 2 laps. Let's see if Jensman can copy those lap times. 2 more laps to go. First 30-second lap time. So both skaters losing out on the pace of Peterson, who still just in front on that exchange. Jensman once again gets a good draft as he gets into that inner corner on their way to the bell for the last lap for Jensman and Wu. 30-0 for Jens, 29-9 for Wu. With 1.2 seconds behind on Peterson. As they are in the final corner on the way to the finish line. Here they come. The finish of pair number 9. It is the win for Jensman is 6:16.40. The fourth place at the moment is 6:16.86 for Ju Wu. Ends up in fifth place. So now 6th and 9th in the general classification. See the replay of the action here on the ice. Pair number 9, Ju Wu and Kash Jensman. We then continue with pair number 10, the last 6 men. See the inner lane for Sander Eitrem from Norway, one of the contenders for the podium places here in Inzell. And she will battle in this race against Michele Malfatti, representing Italy. In the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
So that's the start of pair number 10, Eitrem against Malfatti. So we have the opening in 19.4 for Eitrem, 19.5 for Malfatti. You'll see how the race is gonna evolve. So it was Eitrem 15 on the 500 meter earlier today. Malfatti with a personal best on the 500 meter, ended up in 23rd. So 8.9 for Eitrem, great lap time for him. Malfatti 29.1, fastest lap times in this stage of the race. $29.2 for Eitrem, 29.4 for Malfatti. 1 second lead now on Peterson. Peterson had that strong last 8 laps. So Eitrem, the 22-year-old from Norway, 5th 2 years ago on the World Championships all around. Bronze medal winner on this distance on the World Championships single distances a few weeks ago in Calgary. As you see, the 29.0 and the 28.9 for Malfatti. Great lap times by both skaters early in this race. Malfatti 14th 2 years ago on the World Championships all around, 6th on the 5K this year on the World Championship single distances. So both belong to the best 5K skaters in the world here on the ice in Inzell. 28.7 for Eitrem. A great pace, and the 28.9 for Malfatti also. A great pace. You see from him as they take an advancement on the pace of Peterson. But we're not even halfway here. So the 2200 meters, 7 laps to go. 28.8 and 28.7 for Eitrem and Malfatti. Now more than 3 seconds ahead of Peterson. But the big question is, can they keep up with this pace? As we are halfway these 5,000 meters.
2,600 meters, intermediate times.
6 laps to go. Still the 28 seconds. 28.9, 28.8 for Aitram El Malfatti. As you see, a close battle here on the ice. Not only for the race, but also for the general classification. It is Aitram 29.0 and Malfatti as well 29.0. They are side by side. Only 4 tenths between them. Aitram looks to accelerate a little bit. There he comes. Already passes Malfatti at the corner entry. I see slightly lower speeds there. Just around that 50k. So 29.0 and 29.4 from Malfatti. Lose a bit of time there on Peterson. But still a long way ahead. Aitram, the big youngster from Norway, as he gets cheered on. Here we go, the last 3 laps for Aitram. 29.0 once again. Great lap time by him. And a 29.6 for Malfatti. Malfatti losing a few tenths there to Peterson. Aitram still gaining on the pace of Peterson. As we go into the last 2 laps. 28.9 of Aitram, even faster in this lap. 30.1 for Malfatti. Has to try to keep up these kind of lap times. Has enough lead over Peterson. As Aitram goes on to the bell for the last lap. The last 400 meters, he has again a 29.0, great lap time. And a 30.2 for Malfatti, also consistent for him. With the 2.8 second lead, it should be enough to end up in front of Peterson. Peterson now leading with the time. For 6:14.53. Let's see what the time of Aitram will be. It is a 6:07.49, a new personal best for Aitram with his last lap of 29.19. What a race from the young Norwegian skater, and a 6:12.60 for Malfatti, now in second place. Peterson puts his thumbs up. Cooling down after his great race we saw earlier. But what a performance from Aitram, even the crowd can't believe it. A 6:07.49, just 0.3 of a second behind the track record of Sverre Lunde Peterson. Track record set 6:07.16 as we continue to pair number 11. And what a race and what a battle we're gonna see here on the ice. It is the 3-time world champion all around. It is the inner lane for Patrick Roos from the Netherlands. Silver medalist 2 years ago on the World Championships all around. And he goes up against another great long distance skater, Davide Giotto from Italy, starting in the outer lane. Let's see another Legendary skater there, Sven Kramer,
Go to the start.
watching his former teammate start here in pair number 11. 4 skaters to go on this 5,000 meters.
Ready.
We're away with Roost and Giotto. So Roost, the world champion on this distance, against the silver medalist on the World Championship single distances a few weeks ago in Calgary. Roost and Giotto head to head here on the ice in Inzell. So Rooster 19.6 seconds behind on Stolz. Stolz with that great time of 6:14. 6:14.76. You have to try to gain as much time back as he can. Estomore will also have another 2 distances, the 1500 meters, for which Stolz is the world champion as well. And the 10K. We have the time 28.8 lap times for both Roost and Giotto. We already thought it was going hard by Adram, but it's going even faster now by Roost and Giotto. And they have to, as we see some very strong performances here on the ice during these ISU World Championship speed skating all around. And of course we are thinking about the track record from Sverre Lunda Petersen, 6:07.16 skated in 2019. Here we see Roost 29.1 and 28.7 by Giotto. So Idrum, first couple of laps around the 29.0 mark, 28.8, 28.9. So he had a very fast lap now, 28.7. So both men losing 4/10 in this lap alone. We have the 2200 meters, 7 laps to go. 29.3 for Roost, but a 28.9 for Giotto. They are still 1 second ahead of Idrum. But the gap is closing as we see. As we move on to the halfway point on this 5,000 meters. The great speed by the Italian. 28.7 for him, 29.4 for Roost, losing out there a bit of time on both Idrum and also on Stolz actually. So he has to gain some speed, but we also saw Roost taking it easy early in the races, but then accelerating in the last 3-4 laps of his 5,000 meters. So maybe he will still come, but it is for now Giotto leading the race with 5 laps to go. 28.8 once again for Giotto, 29.5 for Roost as Stolz watches and sees what's happening here on the ice after his great race in the first stint on this 5,000 meters. Giotto, strong performance from him. Personal best on the 500 meters earlier today, but did lose a little bit too much on Stolz, as he now skates once again to 28.7, and we see the acceleration from Roost to 29.1. But is it too late? We'll see. The Italian already 2 seconds in front of Roost, has to do everything on his own. Can't get in the draft of Roost on that exchange. Giotto still leading as we go towards the last 3 laps. The last 3 laps on this 5,000 meters, 28.9. Another lap below the 29 seconds. Roos 29.0. Still losing on Giotto. Giotto, great race from him here on the ice on the Max Eicher Arena. He's still faster than Eitram at this moment. Can he beat the track record? 800 meters to go. 29.1, the first 29. Second lap for Giotto. 28.7 for Roos. Now he's coming onto Giotto as they get cheered on by their coaches on the exchange. Roos, it looks like he's doing the last lap on his 1500 meters. A lot of power left for him. Giotto giving it his all. Still a big lead over Roos. Roos, you would expect this gap is too big, but don't count out Roos. 28.5 for Roos and a 29.2 for Giotto. Here he comes. Roos on his way to Giotto. He has him in his side. 2 arms loose. Here he comes. Is it enough to beat Giotto? Giotto still in front as Roos tries to gain back on him as they come on to the finish here. What a battle we see on the ice. It is the win for Giotto. 6:06.28. A new track record for Giotto. And Roos the 6:06.55. Second time at the moment, but not enough to gain on Stoll. Still 11 seconds left on the 5,000 meters, which result in a very, very close battle tomorrow. What a battle between Giotto and Roos. Roos with the different tactic towards the end of the race. She tried to gain back the meters on Giotto there, but Giotto was strong enough in those last laps to keep his lead over Roos and ends up winning this 5,000 meters here in Inzell. And after that battle, we go on to the final pair, the final race of today. Chris Huizinga on the inner lane, representing the Netherlands. Takes it up against the bronze medalist on this distance at the 2022 Olympics. Halleke Engebretten representing Norway.
Ready.
That's the start of the final pair of this first day of the all-around World Championship speed skating here in the Max Eicher Arena, Inzell, Germany. And it is Huizinga who takes the early lead before Engebretten. Once again, the aerodynamic position from Huizinga. 2 hands on his back as well in the corner. Engebretten 1 hand loose just for rhythm in the corner. To begin with the 29.2 and the 29.0. You see the replay of the great sportsmanship between Giotto and Roos. Hopefully we'll see another few great battles in the future between them. And also, of course, with the Norwegian Eitram, the youngster from Norway. 29.2 from Huizinga, 29.3 from Engebretten. A little slower start for both men. Huizinga 19th on the 500 meters. An okay time for him. I was happy with that 500 meter time of his. Let's see what he can do in this 5,000 meters. Number 13 from the World Championships all around 2 years ago. Now shows a time of 29.5, lap time 29.2 for Engelbrathen. Engelbrathen number 10 on the World Championship single distance, 5,000 meters. Skated actually a personal best earlier today on the 500 meters, 36.37. More 3/10 of a second faster than he has ever been. So great start for him on this all-round championships as they now go on. Huizinga now with the slightly faster lap time 29.2 against the 29.4 from Engelbrathen. So you can see it from the speeds around 1 kilometer per hour. Lower speed in this race compared to Giotto and Roost, resulting in about half second per lap, slower lap times. But the lap times are consistent, 29.4 for both men. 5th and 6th intermediate time at the moment. Again, very consistent lap times. Huizinga 29.3, 29.5 for Engelbrathen, as they're still close together. As we move on to the halfway point, or we have passed the halfway point already. So move on to the last 5 laps. .29.5 for Huizinga, 29.6 for Engelbrathen. It will be a great exchange here by Huizinga. Can get in the draft of the big Norwegian. See it also on his speed, 49.4 for a short time there. He now gets slightly ahead of Engelbrathen. Huizinga, the 29.3. Again, consistent lap times, 29.7 for Engelbrathen. Huizinga still with his hands on his back as he goes to the last 3 laps. 29.7 for him, 29.8 for Engelbrathen, 5th and 6th time at the moment. So they will be looking at a time about around 6:13. They can keep these lap times up. So they're battling for the 4th and 5th place in the distance classification. To get onto the last 2 laps, 35 for Huizinga. Now loses a bit of time there. Engelbrathen, the 30.2. As you see Huizinga struggling as the legs build up. Almost explode with lactate there. Here comes Engelbrathen on the inside of Huizinga. Now passes him. As we hear the bell for the last lap for Engelbrathen and Huizinga. 29.5 still for Engelbrathen. Huizinga now 30.9, has to let Engelbrathen go. As they move to the last corner, on their way to the finish line. Engelbrathen with that great personal best on the 500 meters. What will his time be here on the 5,000 meters? It is the 6th, 14.21, 5th place on this distance. The 6th, 16.34 for Huizinga. 9th place, and they find themselves back in 4th and 13th in the overall classification. That means that we have our winner here, Giotto from Italy, with that great track record. in pair number 11.
3,000 meters in the new track record, championship record, Davide Giotto. To do 500 meters for the men, and especially this 5,000 meters for men.
And here we have the final results of the 5,000 meters. It is Giotto who wins this distance for Roost, Eitrim, Malfatti and Engelbert and Peterson in 6th with that great effort in the first stint of races. Stolz in 7th. Just loses out about 8 seconds on Roost and Giotto. So still a big lead for him in the general classification. Swings in 8th, Huizinga in 9th and Jensman in 10th. You can then also see the places 11 to 20. With the personal best time of Daniele Di Stefano. Great race from him as well. And the places 21 to 24. Medard, also a personal best for him. Great race in the second pair of this 5,000 meters. We then also get to see the classification for the men's all-round tournament. Stolz still leading for Petrus, 3.4 seconds. Roost has to make up on the 1500 meters. Peterson now in 3rd on his last tournament of his career. 6.3 seconds behind Stolz, but very close for that first spot between Peterson, Engelbart, Eitrim and Swings. So a lot can happen tomorrow on the second and final day of the ISO World Speed Skating All-Round Championships. We have also places 11 to 20. And the gap for the 1500 meters. Also a great battle there for place 12 between Chang, Huizinga and Jensman. Close battle there. And the final 4 places 21 to 24. But as said, still a lot can happen on the final day, as we have tomorrow the 1500 meters. And also the final distance, the 10,000 meters. After which we will know who will be the world champion speed skating all around here in Inzell, the Max Eicher Arena. I want to thank you all for watching today. Stay tuned for tomorrow and hopefully see you back tomorrow for the final day. The ISO World Championships speed skating all around here in Inzell.
Ladies and gentlemen, the prize-giving ceremony ISU World All-Round Speed Skating Championships 500 meters men. In third place with a time of 35.83, a new personal best, representing Japan, Riku Tsukiya. The local gifts will be presented by Mr. Sergio Alesi, representative of the ISU. with the time.